Hello, hello! Welcome. Hi, Mary Jo. You're not too early. I was just running a couple minutes behind. Trying to shove some food in my face real quick before I went live. But I have fed myself, I have coffee, and now we're ready to get started with this live. We're gonna not jump right into the pattern right this second. I want to give a few minutes for people to jump in. Good morning, Bethy. We are gonna get the laser fired up though, because we're doing two things today. We are gonna do a crochet along for the book sleeve, and we are also going to work on some of the orders that have come through so far. I have a mix of orders. Some of them are strictly hooked on books. Some of them are a mix of hooked on books and custom orders, and some of them are just custom orders. We're going to focus on the hooked on books ones right now, since that is the theme of the live. So I gotta... My first order is at the back here. Okay, so that one we're going to save. So that was actually a different order. But this one... Okay. So our first order is order 2229, and this person ordered a set of the Hooked on Books stitch markers as well as the autumn stitch markers and a set of the crochet themed stitch markers. So I'm probably going to make all of them because when the wood is on the machine, it's easiest to do all the wood stuff, and we may just go ahead and do all the wood items first. So let's get it fired up. Good morning. Hi, Astralee. Hi, Taz. Is it okay if I crochet something different? Unfortunately, I have to kick you out. No, I'm just kidding, Mary Jo. Of course, you can crochet whatever you would like. I'm just going to get X-Tool opened up real quick. And I don't know what I want to do. This piece, I have a piece of wood on my laser right now. And it's, I don't know if it's, if I just don't have my settings dialed in 100%, or if I just have a funky piece of wood, but the pieces I was doing, they weren't cutting out very nicely. I'm going to try the stitch markers on this piece of wood, and if it still doesn't, I'm also going to adjust the height of my laser, because it may just be that the focus is just a touch off. My settings are all correct though. And if it still doesn't cut out nicely, then I'm going to put a different piece of wood down and see if that makes a difference. Okay, let's get her fired up, shall we? I feel like it's been a while since I've done a live where I'm actually working on orders too, so this is kind of fun. Okay. I dropped the laser just a touch, like the actual module down a little bit, just to see if that would help us with our settings. It's crazy with this laser because it's so detailed that just the slightest difference can make a really big impact on how the finished product turns out. And it is something that I'm still learning, you know, even though I've been doing this for several years now. Definitely need to work on my whips. In my room alone, I have like 6 whips. You know what, Mary Jo? I am in full support of working on your whips, so I'm with you. Okay, so what we are going to be doing though is we are going to be working on a Hooked on Books sleeve. We're going to do a little crochet along. So if you already have purchased something from the Hooked on Books collection, you should have received an email with a link to download the pattern for free. If you are not wanting to buy something from the Hooked on Books collection, but you still want the pattern, I have it on my website for $2. So if you'd like to go and get the pattern itself, you can. If you want to just try and follow along as I go, you're welcome to do that too. I need to pick some yarn, first of all. But the links for all of that is in the description of this video. So if you want to grab anything from the collection, or you want to get the pattern, and that email, by the way, that has the free download when you purchase something from the collection, it does come through like pretty instantly. So if you want to grab something, you'll get the email like virtually immediately, which is good. So if you want to get the pattern, if you don't have it yet, go and grab it. I have to choose yarn for the sleeve that I'm going to be making, and I'm going to let you guys decide what yarn I should use. I'll be scrapbooking while watching, but love the Hooks on Books collection. Yay! Ooh, what are you scrapbooking? I'm going to pull a few options and let you guys decide what we're going to use. So, I'm looking. Okay, so our first option is this yarn here. This is one that I used for making Christmas cozies, because technically it was from Joann's Big Twist Winter line, but it doesn't have to be Christmas-y, you know? It's got some greens and some pinks, and it would probably have a cool pattern working up, I think, because it usually looked really cool when I made cup cozies with it. So we have this. Currently scrapbooking my cousin's baby shower. Cute! Cute. Heads up, the pattern went to my junk mail in case someone thinks I didn't get it. Ugh. I hate it when that happens. Email is like so great until it's not, you know? When something like that happens and it's like you don't necessarily have control over where your stuff is getting sent to, it's so frustrating. Hi. Hello, friends. Hi. We're currently picking yarn for the book sleeve that I'm going to make, and you guys are going to vote on what you like best. So this is our first option. I feel like in a cake it doesn't look like much, but I promise this works up really cool. I'm just bringing my whole bin of yarn over here. We could do a natural tweed. This doesn't have any striping or ombre or anything to it, but it's pretty. I do have some Karen cinnamon swirl cakes in the color Heat Wave, which has always been one of my faves. I have a lot of stuff made up in this, so I don't really need another item made in this, but I'm probably going to end up giving this book sleeve to someone anyway. So this is a gorgeous workup. The colors would work up very pretty. I've got this one, which does feel a little more overtly Christmassy, but it's got some fun little speckles. I'm just grabbing stuff, guys. I'm just grabbing stuff. Oh. Okay, if we did use this, I actually have a ball, so I would use this before I started a new one. I have quite a bit of the Woolies Fair Isle, but I don't think the colors change quickly enough on this. Ooh, did somebody just order? The order counter just flipped up. Very exciting. A rare sunny day in Northern Ireland. Kara, how exciting. Enjoying your live outside. I love that. I love this yarn. I don't think that the colors would change quickly enough, though, to make it look like anything. I do have some retro stripes. Or is this retro stripes? Just, or is this parrot stripes? Anyway, I have that. I do have some actual, if that's not retro stripes, I do have actual retro stripes here. I can't tell if it just is cut off before it goes back to orange and pink. I know I'm giving us a lot of options here. And then I feel like I'm kind of saving this. I don't think I want to use this for book sleeve. I have 2 of these and I want to make a clothing item out of these. So I don't think I'm going to include this in our options. Okay, last but not least, I have a sparkly pink, which would just be very plain looking, unless I striped it in with something else, which I certainly could. And then we have this Ferris wheel yarn left over from my mom's bag. I would definitely have to alter the amount of stitches because this is it's technically a weight 4, but it's pretty thin. And I would definitely have to increase the stitch count to get the right dimensions. But what are we feeling, guys? I've got quite a range here. We've got some like really, really bright, bold, and fun and funky. We've got some more like jewel tone, but still very vibrant. We've got some understated. We've got some twinkly sparkles. What's the vibe? The tweed yarn is nice and would make the patch and button stand out. That's true. This one would definitely make the patch and the button the star of the show. For sure. And to be honest, you guys, we probably have time to make 2. One vote for Ferris wheel. Loving the top right yarn. Oh my gosh, we've got like 1 vote for everything so far. This is not helpful, you guys. Loving the top right or number 1. Is this number 1? I like the first one, the not super Christmassy Christmas one. I think that's 2 votes for this. I'm gonna go ahead and put retro stripes away. I think nobody's voted for that, so we're gonna vote that one off the island. And I don't think anybody's voted for Big Twist Twinkle, so we'll set that one aside too. We gotta vote for the orange. Okay, 1, 2. I'm reordering things here, okay? So we can vote for numbers. Vote for 2, because I think we'll probably end up making 2 in this live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pick 2. Wait, can I set up a poll? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Nobody move. Nobody do anything. I can. Okay. Which yarn should I use first? 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is so exciting. 4. Oh, I can only do 4 options? Oh my god. I'm gonna take out this one for now. Just for now. Ooh, exciting. Because like Kara said, 2 and 4 are kind of similar. And that one is a little more Christmassy. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Vote now. And then whatever one we use, we'll take out. And we'll put this one back in for the next round. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Now, how do I actually see? Oh, there we go. Wow. 3 votes for this one. And now we got 1 vote for 2, 1 vote for 4. Oh boy, oh boy. This is really exciting. I love doing a poll. I think 1 is pulling ahead as the winner, though. Okay. I'll give it another 30 seconds or so, but I think the consensus is fairly clear. Pulling up this latest order. Thank you for the order. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to do this as the first round, and then we'll vote again when we make the next time. So I said pick 2, but that was before I decided to do a poll, so my bad for the confusion. Okay, so we'll vote again once we come around to do it again. Vote for the second one. So I'll put these yarns over to the side for now. I'm actually really excited to see how this one works up as a book sleeve. Okay, so if you are making this pattern as well, we're gonna get started. I may still need to adjust the pattern a little bit on this one. We'll see, because this yarn can be a thinner yarn as well. So I'm probably gonna grab my tape measure and just keep it on hand to be able to see, like, if I go by the pattern as written, will it be 5 inches wide with this yarn? I don't know. We're going to find out together. I am going to use my 4 1/4 hook. So we're starting with a slip knot here, and then if we're following the pattern, we're going to do a foundation chain of 21 plus 4. So 25 total, but it's worked in multiples of 3. So if we need to add more, we can do that. Had to adjust because I don't have a Kindle. Yeah. And you know, I don't have a Kindle either, but I also don't have any books that I need a book sleeve right now. Need one for right now. So I'm just going to keep making Kindle sleeves and give them to people who have Kindles. That's my plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13. Okay, so I want to see how close that is to 5 inches. Oh, our stitch markers are cutting out now. I will say the engraving looks really nice, so we'll see if the cut is nice as well. Oh yeah. Okay. Not that. I don't care about that. There we go. Okay, so we're going for 5 inches. And it's actually, well, the 21 is where we need. So the extra 4 are going to be our first stitch. 1, 2, 3. So really, this is what we want to be 5. And we're pretty close right there. Okay, cool. We will go with the pattern as is then. So our next step is to do round 1. So we're going to do a half double crochet in the 4th chain from the hook. And then we're going to skip 2 stitches and place another half double crochet in that chain. And then we're going to do our first half double crochet V-stitch, which is just that half double crochet, a chain 1, and then another half double in the same stitch. Skip 2, and then we're going to do that all the way down. Half double, chain 1, half double, half double, chain 1, half double, I should probably just look through my orders real quick and see if anybody else has ordered the stitch markers, because I already have it pulled up and it would make sense to just make them all right now. And I don't remember if anybody else has ordered stitch markers or not. Who, Duncan? Tell her to stop it. Okay, so here's what we're looking like right now. If it will focus. There we go. And now we're going to work back down. We're going to turn it and do the same thing on the other side of the chain. So where we just did our V-stitch, half double V-stitch, we're going to do another one in the same spot. But before we do that, my laser's done, so I'm going to get the next thing going. It looks like they cut out okay. Yeah. I think my laser was just the tiniest bit out of focus and it was making it not cut very well. Okay, we have at least one more set of the stitch markers. Okay, one more set of the stitch markers, so let's go ahead and get those going. Okay. Frog buttons. Yeah, whenever we're done with the stitch markers, we'll move on to all the buttons and stuff next. We'll try and do all the wood stuff first. Okay, so half double, chain 1, half double in that same chain, just on the opposite side. I also like to work over this end as I go, because less ends to weave in is always better. Oops. So I got out for a very nice walk this morning with my friend. We walked 2.5 miles, saw some cute baby geese, and it was just absolutely lovely outside this morning. Okay, and now we're going to place our final half double crochet V-stitch in the very first one that we did. And then we're going to join to that chain that was acting as our first half double. slip stitch into the center of that. Then we're going to chain 3 to act as our half double crochet and our chain 1, and then put a half double in that same chain 1 space. And then from there, we just kind of continue placing our half double crochet V stitches into the chain 1 spaces of the V stitches from the previous round. And that's literally the whole pattern pretty much until we get to the very top. So it's a very quick workup. It's very simple. I think it's very beginner friendly. It's easy to adapt and change the size if you need it to fit something specific. If you want it to be larger or smaller. I can't imagine you'd want it to be much smaller than this because I feel like the Kindle is pretty small as is. But you could certainly make it smaller if you wanted. Like you could even make it for like a phone. Something to like carry your phone around in or something. I don't know. So you could make it smaller. But it's definitely simple to make larger as well. So we've got our first color change here with this light green. I don't know if you guys can hear, Michael is being accosted by our cats. Duncan's just yelling at him. This would also be a good time for me to put on my row counter ring. I'll do that when I get to the end of this round. According to the pattern, we're going to do 18 rounds of this. I'm guessing since the width matched up pretty nicely that the length will also match up pretty nicely, but you know, we'll double check just in case. So we're at the point where this starts to kind of curve a little bit, and I just like to kind of tuck it and kind of fold it into place as I go. But we can already start to see that V-stitch pattern taking shape. I love how they stack on top of each other. I think it's so pretty. It's going to be really cool when we start to get some pink in there as well. I'm going to zoom in just a touch, since we're working on something a little smaller. Oh yeah, I said I was going to grab a row counter ring. My bad. So we just finished 2 and we're starting on 3. Yes. Kim, I am not staining the items in this, the wood items in this collection. I was digging the natural look on these ones. So we are hosting Mother's Day tomorrow at our house. And that's what my afternoon is going to be once I wrap up this live, is going to be getting the house ready and getting everything ready for that. Don't have like a crazy huge amount of stuff to do, but it's going to take a little bit of time. My mom was saying she was going to try and pop into the live, so I will not be discussing what we're doing just in case. But tomorrow's actually going to be a really fun day. We've got, obviously, church in the morning. Pastor Jeremy's daughter, Bethany, who's a college student now and is home for the summer, she's actually speaking tomorrow for Mother's Day, which is really exciting. She always does a great job. And then we're going to be hosting the Mother's Day festivities here at the house, and everybody's coming to church, so my mom and dad will be at our church tomorrow, which is always lovely to have them come to our church. And then in the evening, since Michael and I get to sleep in a little bit on Mondays now, we are going to the drive-in tomorrow night. We're going to go see Devil Wears Prada 2 at the drive-in, and I'm really excited. Whoops. I just knocked my ball of yarn. It rolled all the way under my desk. Where's a cat when you need one? Not that they'd bring it to me. Oh gosh. Okay, got it. No worries. Okay. Oh, you guys, this is working up so cute already. I love it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, here comes the pink. The dark pink. Honestly, it's more of a watermelon vibe than Christmas, isn't it? Don't you think? Like, I really like this yarn for the Christmas cup cozies that I used to do for the hot cocoa bomb markets. I think these worked great, especially when you pair them with a festive holiday patch. But without the context of the holidays around it, I feel like this yarn is very versatile. Like, you can totally use it in a non-holiday context, and it certainly doesn't scream Christmas to me. Mary Jo. I feel like this yarn definitely has the perfect amount of each color before it changes colors for a project like this. It's not so quick that it looks splotchy, but it's also quick enough that you don't feel like half the sleeve is one color before it changes, you know? It's great. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Cute, cute, cute. Yeah. You're gonna have to come in here. I can't hear you. I have no reference for what you're talking about. 1 tablespoon. He just says 2 teaspoons. Like, I need some context, King. Just a crumb of context. Come on. Come on. If there's anybody out there who is also working on a book sleeve, I'd love to know where you're at. Are you farther ahead than me? We're currently finishing round 5 right now. And the laser just finished the stitch markers. Okay. There's where we are currently. Super cute. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do the other stitch markers in this order. They're not hooked on books, but I need to make them. They're wood items. It makes sense to just do them now. So we have a set of the crochet stitch markers and a set of my autumn stitch markers. See if I can fit these. perfect. I have just enough room. We love to see it. We really do. Okay. How are we doing out there, guys? Are we crocheting? Are we live, laugh, loving? Moving on to round 6. I am making mine a bit bigger to hold a hardcover book I'm reading right now. Picked a random old skein from my stash, and I'm really loving it. All shades of purple and deep tail. Oh, that sounds lovely. That sounds beautiful. Definitely, if you post a picture of it when you're done, tag me, because I would love to see it. Live, laugh, loving for sure. Let's go. Live, laugh, lobotomy. I want the sign that says, live, laugh, leave by 9. We're about to switch to our light pink color. Went to the farmer's market this morning and got some fresh flowers, which makes me so happy. That sounds lovely. That's peak, like, romanticizing your life. Going to the farmer's market and getting fresh flowers. I did have Michael pick up some flowers for my mom tomorrow. I finished a Kindle-sized one last night. I still have to post both. Oops. Come on. Okay. Tiny little fiber. In my muddy rain boots. This is the life I love right here. I love that for you. Anytime I go to a farmer's market, I really feel like I'm, to use a Gen Z term, or is it Gen Alpha at this point, I feel like I'm joy maxing, you know? Whimsy maxing. Round 6. Cute, 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 cute. A dash of millennial YOLO. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. YOLO. The word YOLO makes me think of that, I don't know the guy's name, but the one that does all the, like, posts about millennial stuff, and he did that song, the We Are Young. That's what the word YOLO makes me think of. We're never gonna die. My yarn keeps splitting when I'm trying to pull through the half double. Man, this dark pink feels like it's lasting forever. I want the light pink. Have you ever tried color pulling while crocheting with a variegated yarn? I have not. I have not. If I end up with any sort of like pattern from a variegated yarn, it's purely because I stumbled upon it and not because I did so intentionally. Because I do not feel that I am that smart. Or I don't know. I know there's people who like do the math for you and they tell you how to do it, but I have not done that either. Because I feel like it still kind of depends on your tension, right? Everybody is a little bit different. But no, I have not really attempted any kind of color pooling. Alright, we're finally on the light pink. This is looking very cutesy, very cutesy. I did it once and it takes a long time. Looks nice. A lot of frogging. You have to really want it. Yeah. That sounds about right. And I feel like it's the advanced version of like the granny square in one Red Heart yarn where it's supposed to change automatically. And then there's people who like, I know for some people, if their tension was just right, it worked perfectly, and it was like the coolest, nicest, simplest thing. And then there were some people who were practically driven mad by trying to get the color changes to happen in the right spots. And I feel like that's just a microcosm of what color pooling would be like for me. It would either be like fantastic, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, this is so cool, or I would absolutely despise it and get so frustrated that stuff wasn't lining up the way that I want it to. Yeah, I gotta say, out of all the techniques and variations of crochet that I have yet to try. Color pooling is definitely toward the bottom of the list of things that I'm like haven't done but am excited to try or want to try. Like maybe one day I will attempt it, but it's not high on the priority list of experiences that I am wanting to have. This pink isn't going to last very long, is it? We're already going to have some green coming back in soon. And a little bit of kind of like an icy white color in between. You know what might be pretty on this too is if I like either double stranded or like size the hook down and increase the stitch count of the hand dyed yarn. So I have some leftovers from like a couple different seasons from the different boxes. This would be a cool pattern to use it for. Like either double stranded like I said or sized down. I'll use DK on my first one, 4mm hook. Okay. It's not like the yarn is super thin, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, like you might have to increase it a little bit, but probably not drastically. I have some of the winter yarn left over, and I'm thinking it would be really pretty for this pattern specifically. Here's what we're looking like so far. You guys, it's starting to build up a little bit. How cutie cute. I really like that. And we're going to be going back to the green here pretty soon. Okay, we have a short little bit of like almost white, very, very light pink. And then we're going to go back to the green. I kind of wish it didn't have this little bit because it's like hardly anything at all. And then it goes to that dark green. I guess it's kind of like an ombre fade to the green, but I don't know if I like it. I say scrap all other options for number 2 and use the winter yarn. I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I have any like ready to go though. I might have to like... I'd probably have to get my Swift out. So that's the other question is, do we want to mess with all that right now? Okay, that was round 10. 8 more until we do the little top round. I just love how neat and tidy it looks. It makes me really happy. My phone is blowing up. Is this what I think it is? Oh. No, it's not. Okay. Sorry, I had to check something. Okay. Okay, we're back to the green. Hi, Debbie. Welcome. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Working on this fun, cute little book sleeve, Kindle sleeve. Working on some orders that we've received yesterday and today for the Hooked on Books collection. It's a beautiful day outside today. I got a nice walk in this morning with my friend. Oops. I guess we're going to use this live as kind of an impromptu timer to see how long it takes us to make one of these sleeves, huh? And obviously I'm not 100% focused because I'm stopping to set up items in the laser kind of in between. But I know we haven't quite been at this for an hour because we've been live for just over an hour, and I definitely didn't start crocheting this right away. It was at least, I would say at least 15 minutes before I actually started crocheting, right? I guess we'd have to roll back the tape and figure out for sure, but I've been describing this as a quick workup, so I guess we'll find out just how quick. Cloudy and windy over here. Kind of looks like rain may be coming. We actually are. We had, I think, a 40% chance of a thunderstorm this afternoon. Still sunny right now, though. Alright, we're heading into round 12 of 18 of these half double V stitches. Yeah, we'll see. Last time I checked that was this morning, so I don't know if the forecast has changed at all or if it's still saying that, but for right now we've got all the windows open. It is so nice getting some fresh air in the house. After this live, I've got to get my house tidied up to host Mother's Day here tomorrow after church. There's not a ton to do, but I need to get things cleaned up, give the bathroom a refresh. We got to pop up our folding table so that it's ready for companies. Our kitchen table is not quite big enough for my whole family. 1 o'clock, 50% it says. Oh, so it's actually gone up since the last time I looked. And I have a gluten-free cake to bake. So I gotta do a little cake baking. I'm just making some gluten-free yellow cake, and then I bought strawberries. So I'm gonna do like a little strawberry shortcake situation, because that's something that my mom always likes. And that's as much as I'm sharing, because my mom had mentioned that she might pop into the live. Not that there's anything crazy going on over here, but you know. Okay, round 12, all done. This is turning out so cute. Our stitch markers are cutting out. I'm gonna just wait a second before I start on this next round, because we're gonna need to switch this over in a second anyway. Next set of stitch markers I'm going to do is my autumn stitch markers, actually. And we're just going to go ahead and do these because this person ordered hooked on book stitch markers and also some other ones. And since I have the wood down, I might as well just get these made. Yenor? Thank you. I really like the colors too. It's so cute. I don't know why I'm picking this back up. It's going to be done in like 3 seconds. And there it is. Back to the light green. Okay, let's see if we have room to fit these fall stitch markers. On this current piece, we're running out of space. It's close, you guys. It's close. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it because I think... Oh, actually, you know what I can do? I can flip this one on its side. And that should give us the space we need. Because I have some length, I just... The height is a little iffy. Let's try that. That should be fine. We're making all kinds of stitch markers today. And then once this is done, we'll move on to buttons and charms for the Hooked on Books collection. Alright, so we've got basically full repetition of all the colors going now. I'm hoping I'll have some more crochet time this evening. So obviously we're crocheting now. But then I have, like I said, some things to do to get ready for tomorrow. And then I think the rest of the day I'm going to spend however much time I can scrounge up crocheting. I have a project that I'm working on for my mom. And then I have another project, a birthday project, that I'm working on for Michael. And then, of course, we have the mandalas as well. I wish I would be able to finish this project for my mom in time for tomorrow, but that's just not realistic, unfortunately. And then this project for Michael, I'm not even sure if I'll be able to finish that in time for his birthday, which is in a week. His birthday is next Sunday. And I really want to have this item finished by his birthday. But we will see. It's kind of a big project. And this last week, I was definitely putting a lot of focus on getting the Hooked on Books collection ready to go. And I did not have very much time for just sitting and crocheting, especially because both these projects for my mom and for my husband are more intricate and complicated. And it's not something you can, it's not something like this where you can just sit down and work on it for a little bit and, you know, be able to just kind of pick it up. Like it's a whole thing. You got to really have some time set aside, dedicated, ready to ready to focus on it. And I just haven't really had a whole lot of that this past week. But this next week, I will have some more time. And I'm almost thinking like, because vlogging is part of my business, I might take a day to just crochet and vlog instead of it being like my normal work day where I'm sitting at the computer and I'm making orders and I'm doing all the other behind the scenes stuff. I may make Monday specifically a crochet vlog work day to see if I can make some good progress on those projects. It's going, Kim. Like I still definitely have a long way to go, but I've made some progress and it does look really good. I think it's looking really good. There's just, man, it's a lot. It's a big project. 'Cause I don't know any other way. Oops, I'm sorry. Just hit my mic. I don't know any other way than to just pick a gigantic project and jump in feet first and figure it out as I go. But I feel like that's more fun to watch, right? Than picking the safe option. The complicated stuff is more entertaining, right? So I do it for my own compulsion of wanting to be impressed with what I make at the end of it, and also I do it for entertainment purposes. Did I hit my thing already? I don't remember if I did, but I'm going to count anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So, round 14. We're getting there. We are getting there. This one feels like it's on a whole different level, man. This is reminding me of a time I crocheted a cozy for a rock. I was using the rock as a doorstop and it was scratching the floor, so I crocheted it cozy, and now it doesn't leave scratches and it's cute. Okay, wait, that's actually genius. I actually really love that idea. That's so smart and cute. Have you ever crocheted something random? I mean, I've made a lot of, I guess, unique things over the years, but I don't know if I've ever made something like that where it's like, I'm just going to crochet something to fit over a rock. That's so cute, by the way. I really love that. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever made anything truly like random like that. The closest thing I can think of, and I don't even really feel like it's that close, is the like mason jar candle cover things that I've made. But that was still very much like following a pattern, creating something specific. So I don't know. There may be something more random than that that I just can't think of in this moment. I was 15. We're starting to get there. This is so cute. What am I doing? What am I doing? I have been thinking, the dang cats. Duncan loves coming up to the edge of this chair, and she stretches up and she sinks her claws into the like right on the edge of it, right here. And there's all these little pinhole pricks in the pleather from her claws. And I try and stop her, and it's like hopeless. So I'm like, eventually I'm going to have to cover this when it gets bad. And I think it'd be fun to crochet a chair cover for this. And that would be one of those things where there's not going to be a pattern that necessarily fits this. I'm going to have to sort of wing it a little bit. But we're not at that point yet. I'm going to be rock hunting for the perfect doorstop. We definitely do like use different things to hold our doors open in the summer, because when we keep our windows open, it definitely creates a draft, and some of the doors will get pulled closed. And then sometimes the cats get like trapped in a room if the draft pulls the door closed. So I wouldn't be mad about having a few things specifically meant to be doorstops, because we just like prop the door open with random things. So it's not something that wouldn't be useful to me. I do think I've seen that before, though, like people crocheting around rocks as like a decorative thing. But I love that yours is not only like this funky little thing, but like it has a purpose too, you know? Like it's protecting your door from getting scratched, and it's keeping it open. I love that. I'm gonna have to sort through my orders in a minute here and see what buttons and charms we must make. Took like 30 minutes. A nice little quick project. We love to see it.
What I found in the basement.
A white man? Typical! What the heck? She said, "Hi." She's gonna dig her claws into
Say
your
hello.
shoulder. Oh.
You wanna go?
Of course she does.
You want some food? You haven't been fed in a while. Come here, Sticky.
Oh no. Blazer's done. Well, that's just perfect timing because I just finished this round. Round 16, just 2 rounds of the V-stitch left to go. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. And then we just basically do a single crochet round with a little button loop. And then we got to sew on our tags and our tag and our button. Alright, let's take a look. You know, I actually have some wildflower buttons for an order, and I have a weird little gap here that I think I can fit them in, and I might as well use it for that. Holiday collection, and they're, nope, not holiday, sorry. Wildflower. The 1-inch. 1-inch buttons. They're pretty fast, too. I lied. They don't fit in that gap. It's really close, but they don't. Could probably fit at least 5 or 6 over here, though. Let's try 6. See if 6 works. Ignore. Perfect. Okay. Hi, Duncan. You will come in here? Oh, hey, if you guys didn't see my post this morning, very exciting. I am officially sold out of my spring boxes. I had one left, one straggler for like several days, and I was like, oh my gosh, am I going to get to the very end and then not be able to sell the very last one? But I did it. I woke up to it being purchased this morning, which was very exciting. So it feels good to kind of like officially mentally close that chapter and fully move on to the summer boxes. Thank you. Okay, that was 17. We're on our final round of half double V's. So we'll have to go back and look at like when I officially started crocheting in this live, but I'm gonna say this thing is gonna take me just over an hour to make, which I feel like is not too bad. You know what? I said that earlier, Mary Jo. It does have a watermelon vibe to it, doesn't it? With the pink and the green. You get the dark green going to the light green, which is very like watermelon rind looking. Working on the kelp bucket hat. Nice. I was literally just thinking about Passionate Kelsey, thinking, I wonder if she's ever considered making book sleeves or Kindle sleeves, because I know she likes making projects that are quick workups, you know, and like a good way to use up smaller bits of yarn too. And I just feel like this would be a really simple, quick make for her if she was. I know she's always looking for like small things that she can make for her drops and stuff. Okay, friends, that is round 18, which means We're on to our final round, and that's going to be single crochets. We need to pick a button and a tag. I still have some sample stuff to pick from, so let's see what we've got. Okay, so for sample tags, I only had one cream sample piece and I used it on... Where did I put that? Oh, it's out there. But I have brown and I have caramel. And the phrases I have, I'm reading. Read more books. More reading, less scrolling. Reading is self-care. I must not have the fifth one. Oh yeah, I guess I already used it up. So, which phrase do we like best? Reading is self-care, more reading, less scrolling, read more books, or shush, I'm reading. I'm just going to pick the first. I'm going with the first one that pops up in the chat. Because really, it doesn't matter to me. More reading, less scrolling. Debbie was quick to the draw. She's definitely on a bad kick. And you know what? More power to her. That's awesome. Okay, so along with more reading, less scrolling, we must pick a button. I have 3 in my little sample basket to choose from. We have frog reading on a mushroom, which would be kind of funny because it's like a frog. I mean, a frog can't read either, but he's not scrolling. Look at him. He's living in the moment. We have library hair, don't care. And a book a day keeps the mental breakdown away. Once again, whoever's first in the chat wins. Which one? I'm waiting. Yum. My coffee's all gone and I'm sad, but it was very tasty. Hello, Michael.
Hello. I have another treasure mark on both things.
Did you have fun whack weeding?
Yep.
That's cool.
Do like 10 seconds worth of it, so
Yeah.
trim out some edges. Anyway, I'm gonna have
The
a
top
treasure
one.
mark on both things. Okay.
Froggy frog. Okay. What? Okay. By the way, guys, YouTube is a little bit weird with lives. You can end up behind on the live a little bit. So something you can do is hover over the video and make sure that the play bar, make sure that it's dragged all the way over to the right. If you feel like you're not responding in real time, like if things are maybe behind a little bit, try dragging that over and make sure that you are up to the minute, because I think some people might be lagging a little bit, and it seems like that happens pretty easily on YouTube, which is a little bit frustrating. Okay, so we're gonna put our button loop right about here. Frig frog frog. Oh, oops. That was my... I thought I had already... Frog! Hi, Miss Duncan. Come be with me, babe. Come on. I make a space for you. I will move all of this yarn that is in your way. Come on up. Come on up, my dear. Come on. I literally had to pull up a chair for her own chair. And now she has a chair where she can sit next to me. And this chair is the cat's. We have given it to them, and they scratch on it, and it's the one piece of furniture they're allowed to do that to. And you can tell that they quite enjoy doing that. But anyway, I've been keeping that chair next to mine, and it's like her little office chair, and she will come and sit with me while I work. That's a good girl. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Is this about the center here? I would say it is. Yeah, that looks good. Now the question is, who gets this e-reader? Would it be cute to do a giveaway here? I feel like it's not as fun to give away finished pieces because like you guys can already make this stuff, you know? So is there any appeal in me giving away something that I've made? The only appeal, I suppose, would be the fact that this yarn doesn't exist anymore. So I guess you couldn't technically make this exactly for yourself unless you already had this yarn in your stash. It's sprinkling here now. Still sunny here. I mean, I'll do a giveaway because I don't really have, like I said, I don't need this specifically. And I've already given the sample ones that I've been making to some of my friends that have e-readers. And I just don't know if there's anybody else in my immediate vicinity that needs one of these. What are you doing, Miss Girly? Okay, I'm glad. I was a little bit worried that this was going to change to the dark green, like right at the very end. I always hate it when that happens, but this is gonna, it's gonna stay with this light pink, which is perfect. A studio sample sale button. Honestly, yeah, I do. I've thought of doing like, you know how some websites will have like, oh, you can get a mystery scoop and it's like candy and stickers and random things. I've been thinking of adding like a mystery scoop button to my website, and it's just like random sample pieces that I have left over because my basket of sample pieces is getting quite full. And I do use them, but like not at the rate that I'm not using them up as quickly as I'm making them, basically. Looks like you could put a book in it too, not just the Kindle. Yeah, I think depending on the size, like smaller books, little paperback books, journals, things like that, you could definitely fit in here. And the pattern itself is very adjustable, so you can certainly make it larger if you have a larger book. I just based the dimensions on the Amazon Paperwhite Kindle, which is like the most popular model according to Google. And of course it has a little bit of stretch to it as well, so you can stretch it around a book that's slightly larger too. Maybe I'll do a little sample sale thing to coincide with, if you guys remember, I think I've only talked about it in a live, so if you weren't in this live, you probably haven't heard me talk about this yet, but I was tossing around the idea, maybe I've mentioned it in a vlog, but I was tossing around the idea of a kind of a limited edition drop where I would take all the random crafting supplies that I have that are like leftovers from different boxes and stuff, and just make some fun stuff, whether that's yarn cutter pendant necklaces, beaded hooks, magnets, laser engraved pencils, like just random stuff where it's like I bought them for the boxes and I have just a handful of leftover things. And it would be kind of a fun way to use that stuff up and sell it as basically like a drop style. When it's gone, it's gone. It's not a made to order thing like my custom stuff. And we could do that in like at the same time, you know, we could do a drop with all the random stuff and then also, hey, include a sample scoop of random stuff for a couple bucks or whatever. And I do think I'll probably focus on that idea of the like random leftovers drop before I start working on a new themed collection like the books collection. 'Cause I would really love to get that stuff out of my closet. OMG. Okay, so the piece itself, the crochet is done. And we have our little button loop here. So now we need to just kind of, you know, stretching, finagling, messing with it. I really love how the colors worked up on this one though. We're gonna sew our button right here and we're gonna sew our little tag in the corner. But my laser is done, so I need to get this working again. Yeah, the new tags definitely. I feel like my standard tags would definitely work better for like if you were adjusting the size to be a much bigger one for like a full size book. Okay. Just to be safe, I'm gonna put on my Be Right Back screen because there are some summer box items on this piece of wood and I don't want to spoil anything, so I will be right back. Okay, it's safe. You can open your eyes. Pinning down a brand new sheet of wood right now. Alright, we've still got some more wildflower buttons to make. Okay. Ugh. All right, let me get caught up here. Eileen, yes, you made your first order yesterday. Also, welcome to the live. Hi. I used a regular tag on the smaller sleeve I made last night. Sample Scoop is making me want ice cream. Could that small tag go on the side like a stylus or pen holder? Like if you were going to gift the sleeve with a journal. So do you mean like this so that they could hook it on the side there? Is that what you're talking about? The only problem is I guess you'd have to sew it on both ends, right? Like you'd have to sew it here and then sew it, because obviously you don't want to sew it closed. Is that what you're talking about though? Am I doing that correctly for what you're saying? Because if you do it this way, how would it hold anything? Right? Am I dumb? I'm going to start working on the button. Need my small needle. You guys, guess what I picked up on Amazon the other day? Oh, where are my cute ones? My cute colored ones. Over here, apparently. I got some cute little threaders. And it comes especially in handy for these needles with these smaller eyes. It's not really meant for yarn this thick, so sometimes it fights me a little bit. But I think it's still easier than threading threading yarn through a small eye like that. Out on the side, not over the edge. Yeah, that would be cute. Looks good. Okay. We're doing frog reading on the mushroom for this one. I hope I made my button loop big enough. I probably could have done a couple more chains, but it will stretch. Just probably putting it on the first time might be a little tricky. I like to do 3 times. I don't know why. That feels like the right amount of secure to me. Gee, I didn't leave myself much slack on this side, did I? Now I have to make a mushroom themed. You could do such cute, fun colors too, like for the yarn to make it fully mushroom-esque. Just kind of tuck in these ends here. Nothing too crazy is needed. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll put up a little post on, I don't know, maybe Instagram or something, and see if I were to do a little giveaway for the actual finished sleeve, if that's something that you guys would be interested in. I know a couple of you said yes here on YouTube. I just don't ever want to be like, I don't know, there's a part of me that feels like offering up my finished crochet stuff. Maybe I'm just thinking of it the wrong way, but part of me feels like if I offer up a giveaway where it's like, oh, hey, do you want this thing that I made? It feels presumptuous or conceited, because it's like, you guys can make this stuff too. And to be like, oh, do you want the thing that I made? Like, to me, it gives off this air of like, I think I'm really important. Like, you want something that I made because I made it, even though like you could definitely make it for yourself. But maybe this is something that you don't enjoy making, or you'd prefer not to make, and it would be something valuable to you. I don't know. I just get in my head about that. I don't want to be like, oh, you want this thing that I made, even though you could totally make it yourself. Like, if I make it, it's more special or something. I don't know. That's super cute. Book sleeves are a good way to practice picture graphs. That's true. I like collecting things my friends have made. See, that's a much better way to think of it. Everyone loves giveaways. I do love a giveaway. Because I feel like once you reach a certain level of like Passionate Kelsey, she can totally get away with selling her stuff to other crocheters. And I feel like half of the excitement is to say that you have something that Kelsey made, you know? And since she does these drops, it's almost like a rarity. It's like a collectible for crocheters, you know? And it's like, I definitely... Oops, I did that the wrong way. I want to go this way. I definitely don't consider myself to be someone where it's like, ooh, I want to have something Jessica made just so I can say I have something that Jessica made. I'm not going to make the mistake this time. Give myself some more slack here. Sorry if I'm sewing off camera. I keep getting distracted and pulling it closer to me. Jinx. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's like, that kind of vibe is where it makes sense. If somebody has like a really big following and it's just cool to say you have something made by that person. But that ain't me, fam. How freaking cute is that? This has a lot of like wiggle room, obviously, because it only has 2 points to sew it to. But you just kind of, you know, situate it the way you want it. It also definitely sits a lot prettier when it has a Kindle inside. It has something to kind of anchor it, you know? This is so cute. I bet you my niece will see this tomorrow and go, can I have it? The giveaway is just me giving it away to my niece. Okay. I have plant hangers and mason covers from you, a manatee from Allie, grumpy sunflower from Megs, and bracelets from Holland. Sadly, nothing from Emily yet. Yeah, I don't know if that's ever going to happen, Kim. Not because she doesn't love you, but we'll see. Maybe one day. It is you. I totally fangirl. Oh my gosh. I'm just a random person on the internet. Okay. Okay. By the way, if you buy these tags, at first I was like, wait, how do I hide the ends? I was struggling with how to do this. But basically, once I tie it off, I just go back through after I've kind of tied it off and then weave it in like normal. And it's already tied, so you don't have to go crazy, but like I just kind of tuck it in to hide it a little bit. Yeah. And then it basically causes it to kind of disappear. And then obviously I'll do it with the other side too. And that just gives it a nice seamless look, like even on the inside. Little hot tip, little pro tip for you guys. See? Wow, so nice. All right, stop the clock. We are officially finished with this sleeve. She's a cutie. Now I'm going to attempt to stretch this button loop over this button. I probably should have made it a couple more chains longer. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. No worry, no worry, no worries. Okay. Cool beans. Shut the front door. That is so cute. Okay. If you didn't see when we chose the tag, this one says more reading, less scrolling. And here is a little frog putting that into action. He is seizing the day. He's living his best life. He is, he's read maxing. He's literature maxing. And I think it looks even better when I hold it up to the camera and you can really see the detail. She's beautiful. Here's the back. It really doesn't look any different. I love. Should I do a giveaway for this? Do you guys want this? I'll do a giveaway. I just have to figure out how I want to do a giveaway because there's a lot of ways that you could do it. But anyway. Cute, 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 cute. Oh, I love it. It's so pretty. All right. We're going to do one more of these. And since we already used this yarn, we're not going to do this one again. So we're going to put that one off to the side. If you weren't here the first time, at the beginning of the live, I did a poll and let you guys choose what yarn. So we're going to remove that one and we're going to pick the other remaining 4. And I'm going to set up this poll so you guys can vote. So get ready. Which yarn for the sleeve? And we're just going to number them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I will lay them out for you. Number 1 is just this natural tweed. Okay, nothing too crazy, but a nice neutral. Yarn number 2 is this very pretty orangey kind of fall. It's Karen Cinnamon Swirl Cakes in the color Heat Wave, which is one of my favorites. Okay. Yarn number 3 is this speckly. It's got some reds, some greens, almost pink-ish tones to it. This is technically a Christmas yarn, but I think is gorgeous any time of year. And number 4 is going to be our Ferris wheel yarn. Very bright, very bold. Probably will have to increase the stitch count on this one because it's a little bit of a thinner yarn. and I might size down my hook to a 4 instead of a 4 1/4. But those are our options. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Place your votes now. I'm gonna leave it for a minute, especially if there's anybody who's not caught up on the stream. And I am going to go take a quick bathroom break and also probably give one of my cats a little pet. So I'll be right back and we'll see how the poll is looking. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. 4 is clearly the winner. Sorry, I'm debating what I want to do because I technically have some scrap yarn of this, but it's not enough to do a full sleeve. And if the colors are working up in a certain way, I don't necessarily want to tie on, like I'd love to use up the yarn that I already have started, but I also don't want to mess up the color changes if it doesn't come in at the right spot, you know? Yeah, I know. I thought about doing that too, Kim, but I almost don't want to. Sometimes I don't like, if it's a color changing yarn, double stranding it can kind of muddy the color changes a little bit. So I think I might be more likely to just use the smaller hook and increase the stitches so that the color changes stay like distinct. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to end this poll. Let's go ahead and choose our other options while we're at it. I'm going to set up another poll. We're going to choose our button next. We're either going to do the mental breakdown button or I'm calling this one library hair. That's what I wanted to call it on my listing on the website, but I was afraid it would be unclear what I was talking about. Okay, so here's our two options. next to our, we'll put them on the yarn. And then the last pull we'll do will be choosing the tag. It's 50-50 right now. Oop, library hair is pulling ahead. Back to 50-50. Mental Breakdown's winning now. Mental Breakdown is winning more. Oh my gosh, it's so fun watching the percentages change in real time. Okay, I think we can safely say that this is the winning button. Okay, Mental Breakdown it is. Which means this is the only button I have left. So if I want to make more as like a giveaway or just for myself, and I want to use the book buttons, I would have to make more for myself after this one. Okay, so we've got this yarn, this button. What options do I have left for... Let's not do the more reading, less scrolling since we just did that one. We'll do one more pull. Which tag? And our options are read more books. Reading is self-care. Which I feel like goes with the mental breakdown thing. Reading is self-care, right? And we have shush. I'm reading. Is that the only three we have that we haven't done so far today? I think so. Yes. Okay. Vote for the tag. Reading is self-care. Shush, I'm reading. Read more books. I shall hold them up once more so you can see. So far, Shush, I'm reading is winning. All right. That's the clear winner. So this is our combination. Based upon your votes. I really do love that YouTube has the poll option, because when I would do this kind of thing on TikTok, like, hey, what yarn should I use? Or what thing? Like, you just kind of had to try and gauge by reading it as the comments came in, like what was getting typed in more. But this gives you like data, and you can say definitively this is the winner, which I do enjoy being able to definitively say. I do wish they gave you more than 4 options though, because sometimes you need more than 4 options. Okay, cool beans. I just want to look real quick. Just take a peek in my stash and see if I have... Because I think... I'm trying to remember how many of these I bought. Because if you guys remember from previous vlogs, I bought this yarn to make a tote bag for my mom. And I have this. I have a ball that's not enough to make a whole book sleeve. I don't think. But I want to see if I have another one that I've already used up, but is more than the scrap ball that I'm seeing in my thing. So let me just take a quick peek, and then we'll get started on this. So I'm remembering now. I remember what happened. Miss Murdoch, if you recall in one of my vlogs, got this yarn and ran through the basement with it and tangled it all up, and I had to cut it into 3 different sections to get it back together again, because I gave up on keeping it in one solid thing. So I don't think any one of these is enough to make the whole sleeve. And I also don't know if I want to join yarn if it's going to mess up my color progression. This does change color pretty quickly though. Let's just try it. What's the worst that could happen, right? We hate it and we decide to frog it and start over. That's worst case scenario. And I think I am going to use my 4mm hook for this. I really need to make myself a silicone beaded hook that's 4mm. All of my beaded hooks are 4 1/4 and higher. And this is quite literally, I don't know how, I use a 4mm hook all the frickin' time. And this is like the only 4mm I have. It's a clay hook, and it used to have some pretty colors on it, but they've completely worn off because of how much I use it. And this is somehow like the only 4. I might have a 4mm in my like random hooks that are just plain aluminum ones. But as far as like my cutie hooks, this is the only one I have. I don't know how I managed that. Okay, friends. Okay, I still have my tape measure. I just, you know, it's like I've always been a kind of make do with what I have person, and I just haven't even thought about the fact that every once in a while I'm like, I should really get something else, and I just haven't. Mammy? Miss Murdoch's here. You see her? She's lurking. Miss Girl? Hi. You guys, she's so big. Look how big she is. But now you know how to make them. It's true. And that's a dangerous truth. I can't deal with the fact that most of the time when I look at her, I don't see a kitten anymore. 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoops. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I do not think that this is 5 inches. I'm stopping at 21 because that's the multiple, and the other chains are to start the first stitch. Yeah, so we're at like 4.5. Let's do one more multiple of 3. So we have 21, 22, 23, 24. And it will stretch a little bit, so yeah, I think that'll be good. So we're just going to add 1 extra set of stitches, basically. Now where did I put my row counter ring? Here it is. You could make these and sell them at your craft shows during the fall and winter. You absolutely could. I am not going to be doing any craft shows this fall and winter because my hot cocoa bomb business, I have retired from it. Because my crochet business is taking up way too much of my life now. But I do think that these are a great market make for anyone. I was just thinking of this last night too. You know how you just like have sometimes some really brilliant thoughts when you're falling asleep. I've always thought it would be really cool to bring, if you had items like this that you can kind of customize with patches or buttons or whatever. I've always thought it would be really cool to have kind of a booth where it's like a build your own thing, whether that's a cup cozy or a book sleeve or a hat or something. So you have like kind of a wall of different yarn, different color options, and it's like, okay, you pick off the wall which sleeve you want, whether that's a book sleeve, iced coffee sleeve, whatever. And then you have a wall or a table with all the different like patch and tag options, and then the person like picks all their stuff, and then you just real quick put it either, if snap it on with rivets or sew it on real quick. And I just think that I think as a shopper that would be a really fun experience, like picking out all the the different elements. And I don't know, I think it could be a cool way to do a booth. And if I ever decide I want to do a market again as a crocheter, I think it'd be really fun to try something like that. Did I do my extra 4? I don't think I did yet, but I need to count to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, plus 4. 25, 26, 27, 28. And we're definitely going to need to do more rows as well. So we're going to need more than 18 rows on this to get it to be tall enough. At least a couple extra. We'll see. Yeah, it's always possible. Like I think the majority of people who watch me are crocheters, because I'm sure that that's who my content is most interesting to. But I've always done the finished crochet stuff on a case-by-case basis, Like if somebody comes to me and says, hey, can you make this item for me? As long as we can agree on a price and all that, I'm happy to make things for people. But it's just one of those things where it's like, it usually doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me to make something and then list it on the off chance that someone might want to buy it, because that's what I originally did for my website. I started out originally trying to sell finished crochet pieces, and it just was not very successful for me because the community, the audience I was building were other crocheters, and I just found that they would much rather buy something like a tag or a button or a stitch marker than a crochet piece of something that they could already make themselves. This feels so tiny compared to the one that I just made. My laser's done. I gotta start a new batch. Which I guess I'll do that once I finish this, before we kind of round the corner and work back down the other side. Here's our first side. It's very small, but that's okay. Okay, so for these buttons, let's see, 3, 6, 10. So we'll do that again. That's me making things. Alrighty. So working back down the other side and over this end. There we go. It's just a baby. I'm hoping that's the voice that you intended that to be read in, Taz. Whoops. Oh, what time did I start this one, guys? It's 1:29. I feel like I'm starting slow on this one. These setup rows are feeling a little more tedious with the smaller yarn. Okay, fantastic. But still, it's only been like a few minutes, right? 5 minutes, maybe? I mean, I had to stop and measure to figure out my stitch count, so that's something. This is one of the rare times where I would benefit from having a yarn bowl. Gosh, this is so stretched out. I'm like, where is my last stitch? I think it's right here. And then this is my... where I'm working into. Okay. Okay, round 1 complete. Not that we really need to count rows on this one because we know we're going to end up doing more. I want to see how our size compares. Oh, that's pretty spot on. Good deal, good deal. You started 8 minutes ago. Tammy's a real one. Thank you, Tammy. Hello, my Michael. Hello. You found something outside?
Yeah. Just green onions.
Did you drop it?
It was sitting in the driveway.
Whoopsies.
I saw it when I left, and I thought it was just a bag, because I didn't see anything in it, and I just saw the bag there.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll pick it up when I get home. And I get home, and I go to pick it up, and I'm like, what the?
Whoopsies. Michael's leaving green onion on the driveway. What a goob.
Guess who fixed our microphones?
Fixed our microphones. What do you mean?
That static.
That happens when you...
Turn the mics off.
Yeah. They got fixed?
It's on.
Who did it, Michael?
Me. It's fine.
You?
Yeah. Surprise. So I just... It's amazing what a simple Google search can do.
Listen, I've been telling you that.
Well,
Let's look into it. Let's see if we can figure out how to fix it. There's
Yeah.
no way to fix it.
I didn't do that.
Yeah,
I don't know
you
how to.
did. Yeah, you did.
And I wasn't trying to do it like on a Sunday morning, trying to figure something out and screw something up.
Mm-hmm.
So I just quickly Googled like static while microphone is off, wireless mics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, and there was a couple things on there, and I noticed there's something that said the very first thing that was listed, something called the squelch on your
The squelch.
squelch
Gross.
on your wireless devices, and it apparently if your squelch is set too low, which I don't really know what a squelch is, but apparently it keeps other RF signals from coming in.
Sure.
And so if your squelch is set too low, other radio frequencies can interfere while the microphones are off.
Can't have your squelch too low.
So I checked into it, and literally I pressed. So I was like, okay, I have no idea how to change a squelch. I don't even know what that means. You know. So I walk into the church and I walk over to the
receiver,
and I just pressed set on one of them because I was like, I don't know, we'll try and look into this, and there's no like option buttons or anything. There's 2 buttons on there. So I pushed set, and then very first setting was squelch. I was like, oh, okay.
Stop it.
So I clicked on it, and it was you can do low, medium, or high on the squelch.
Yeah.
And they were set to low. So I set them both to medium and 0.
Shut up. Ah!
0 noise.
Thank you, friends. The order counter is going to count up at some point. Very exciting. Michael, good job.
As far as I know, we should not have that problem.
The whole time, all you had to do was just check your squelch.
Check your squelch.
Just place another order. Couldn't help myself. Oh, thank you, friend. Not the squelch. He said squelch city. Oh my gosh, Duncan! She knocked over the chair, or was that Murdoch? How did you do that? Honey, oh, that really scared her. I don't know how she managed to do that. Did she try and climb up from the back?
I don't know, probably.
I thought Murdoch knocked it over and got, like, and pulled the chair down on herself, so I'm glad it wasn't her, because she's usually the one who tries to climb up the back of it, but she's light enough that she can do that.
So Duncan, right before I walked out of the room, Duncan was fully stretched. She was fully on the back of the chair.
Oh, maybe her claw got stuck and she was trying to pull it out. Oh,
She was stretching, and then
poor Bebby. Go check on her. She ran and hid under the bed. Poor girly. She is indeed very silly. Man, I will say this yarn is definitely harder to see what I'm working into. The only thing I still need you to do is bring in that 8-foot table for me. That was 2. Will my order from yesterday and my order from today ship together? Probably yes. Yes, it will. I had to check on what it was. Okay. Where the heck am I? I slip-stitched into there. Man, it's really a lot harder to see what I'm doing with this yarn. You are welcome. Am I doing this right? I hope I am. I hope I'm putting everything in the right spot. Man, it's hard to see. How many times can I say that? It's mostly the, like, when I get to the end of the round, seeing where I'm supposed to connect back. That was just feeling a little convoluted to me. Hi. Hi, why are we doing this? I have untangled this yarn enough. I don't need any more. Alright, Taz, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later. You can always come back and watch the replay. This yarn, too, is like, once it gets tangled, it's really hard to untangle it because it's so, fluffy. I probably could just pull this and it would fix itself, but if I don't, then I'm gonna, you know what? That's fine. It worked out for us this time. It was a calculated risk, and it paid off. It's one of those things where I was like, this will either fix it or make it impossible to untangle fully. This pattern is a great stash buster. It'll be nice to use up some of this Ferris wheel yarn. Getting a nice little color change there, starting. I will say, even though this yarn is a little bit smaller, now that I'm into it, this yarn is not as prone to splitting, holy cow, as the big twist. See, that's what happens when we don't have a door stop. That was the bathroom door slamming closed from the draft. Anyway, this yarn is not as prone to splitting as the big twist that we were using. So it feels like pulling through these half doubles is just easier. And it feels like it's going a little faster. It's gonna start getting into this kind of yellowish territory, but that's really pretty. Really pretty so far. This yarn has such beautiful little nuances throughout it too. Like from farther away it just looks blue and purple, but when you pull it up close you can see all those little bits of red and yellow, and very, very pretty yarn. And you're definitely starting to see more of that red and yellow start to swirl through this as it's getting ready to change colors. This really is a very, very beautiful yarn. And I actually am glad we decided to go with this yarn for this project, because when I was using this from my mom's tote bag, it was a lot of like small pieces that all got stitched together, which was still really gorgeous, but you didn't really get to see the yarn color changing as one piece, like as something building up, because it was made up of many smaller items. So this is actually cool to see the yarn working up as like one piece, one solid piece. Hi, baby girl. You want to jump up in your chair the right way this time? Good girl. Good girl. Okay, that was round 5. I think this round we're gonna start to get some really lovely color changes coming through. Well, I think I can safely say we're not going to get past the wood part of our Hooked on Books orders for today. Because we are not even close to being done with the wood stuff. Which is fine. We will continue to work on it next week. And I think I should still be able to get everything out, you know, within the week. Right. Round 6. Finished. Just gonna help this out a little bit here. I definitely need to make a video of like all of the different sleeves I've made so far, because I feel like I've made quite a variety of colors with yarn. So to be able to show like, look at all these different sleeves I made, that would make a cute video. I definitely think that this project, this pattern, is going to go on my list of projects of like, hey, I need something that is stash busting, that's kind of a brain off project that works up fairly quickly and is just kind of fun to make. This is definitely going to be one of those projects for me. Round 7 finished. Alright, I know I've gone a little bit quiet. The chat's gone a little bit quiet. If you're still here, if you're still hanging with me, let me know. Give me a sign of life in the chat. I'd love to know if you're working on something. Are you still working on the same thing that you have been? Have you moved on to something else? I know we had some people working on some different whips at the beginning of the live, at least. I am done and I love it. Just need my buttons and tags. Yay! I'll get them out to you as quick as I can. I don't remember if you said already. Did you say what kind of yarn or what colors you were using? Kim's here. Finishing the straps to my market bag. Nice, Mary Jo. So it sounds like you're almost done. Driving, so it's popping in and out. Alright, that was round 8. This yarn is so cool. I'll hold it up close so you guys can really see the detail. Look at all those colors. Ooh, it's so pretty. Cat laying on my chest won't let me do anything, so I'm watching you. I get it. I get it. I'm going to zoom in just a touch so you can maybe hopefully see these colors a little bit better. Random skein from my stash, purples and teals. That's right, that's right. Had the skein for so long, always wondered what I would make with it. We will wonder no longer. I got a little bit of crocheting done outside on my front porch swing last night for the first time this season. That was very lovely. Okay, laser just finished. I have literally one more button to make from this batch, and then we can move on to the next one. Get that going real quick. bugs and snakes are preventing the outside crocheting at my house. Ew. Yeah, I don't blame you. Round 9 finished. Now we're pretty much fully in the red yarn. Okay, that's round 10. Isn't it working out super cute? I really like it. Okay. Got all this yarn that I pulled out. I'm gonna have to put it all away now. Our cutie little sleeve can go over there. Let me take a look at my orders here and see what's next. Who's that, Miss Duncan? Okay, that order's done. And this order's done. Looking for wood items. Okay, we've got a variety set. A set of the frog on the mushroom. Another set of the frog reading on a mushroom. Another variety set. A variety set. Okay, so sounds like we have 3 sets of the variety ones and 2 sets of the frog mushroom. So, sorry. Wood charms. Should be able to fit 2 sets of these across. Perfect. Do you crochet anything for charities, etc.? I want to start crocheting cat beds for the local cat rescue. Does anyone else have any ideas? There are tons of options out there for you. You may even be able to find a group local to you that meets to like work on items for charities. We actually have a whole podcast episode on that, the Crochet Baes podcast. We have an episode on different like charity options. Little blankets and catnip filled mice. Meh. Cat left getting coffee, BRB. Priorities, Tammy. Priorities. Yeah, Operation Christmas Child is another really cool one. You basically pack a shoebox full of gifts and toys and items, and then they get sent to children all over the world that's like the only Christmas gift they are potentially going to get. And you can make all sorts of fun stuff to go in those boxes. I know there's some places that take donations of hats for like chemo patients. Receiving blankets or outfits for either babies in the NICU or even stillborn babies, like keepsake items. Stuff for animal shelters, which you already mentioned. Items for different shelters, homeless shelters. There may be some different charities or nonprofits by you that work with veterans, items like that could be donated. Headbands, bandanas, and water bottle holders. Yes. Scrunchies. Small accessories like that are great. I've been going for a while, you guys. Over 3 hours. There is a website for the actual organization, Operation Christmas Child. If you just Google Operation Christmas Child, you'll be able to find their website, I'm sure. Because I'm not sure what the exact address is for the website. As far as like organizing a group, my assumption is, especially if you wanted to do it locally, you'd probably have to be the one to organize it. Unless something already exists in your area, which is possible, but I'm not sure how likely. Like for that specific thing, at least. Hi, Seta. How are you? You guys, I'm actually pleasantly surprised at how far this little ball of yarn is getting me. Good. We are working on some book sleeves from the new Hooked on Books collection. We're currently on our second one, using up some scrap yarn from the tote bag that we made my mom for Christmas. Yeah, we have been live for a while, for sure. This is so pretty. Did I press this already? No, I don't think I did, but... Yeah, okay, so that was round 13. If you've just joined recently, this is the sleeve we've already made. Little frog reading on a mushroom button from the new collection, as well as this little mini sleeve tag. Cute, cute, cute. And now we're working on this one. Okay, round 14. So we've almost completed a full repetition of the colors because we're almost back to the like almost solid blue that we started off with at the very beginning. Sounds like you're in high demand for attention, Tammy. I don't think you missed anything. We're just plugging away at this. This one is definitely taking us a little longer because of the extra needed. And I feel like we've stopped a couple times for different things. Mine is curled up in her chair right next to me. Actually, I gotta show you guys a picture because she's so cute. This is her right now. Very cozy, very sleepy. This one little yarn ball is actually going to get me quite close to where I need to be. Hi, Ellie. Welcome. That is just fine. I think I'm going to measure this. Or, I don't know. I guess maybe I'll just wait until... Because round 18 is normally where I would stop. But since this yarn is thinner, I'll probably end up adding more than that. So I guess I'll measure it after round 18 to see where we're at. And see how much more we might need. Astrally, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a good walk with your doggy. Okay, so that was 16. So we're getting close to the normal 18 rounds. Okay, that was 17. So this round would normally be the last round of the half double V stitches, but we're gonna need a little more than that. Oops. I feel like we're definitely playing a game of like low stakes yarn chicken, because obviously we have more of this yarn. But man, wouldn't it be great if we had enough of this ball to not have to try and match up like where we're at in the color changes, because it's definitely cutting it close, but I just don't think that there's enough to fully do all the rows that are going to be needed to get to 8 or 7 inches before this runs out. Thank you. This is Lion Brand Ferris wheel in the color Boundless. Nope, not Boundless. That's a different yarn. Vintage Carousel. And it is working up super pretty. This is the yarn that I used for my mom's tote bag that I made a while back in my vlogs. And it's actually been really fun to work with this, as like seeing how the color changes happen and seeing how it works up as one piece. Because for her piece, it was made up of a bunch of different granny squares. And so you never really got to see the yarn as like one piece working up for very long, because they were just a lot of smaller granny squares, you know? So it's cool to see this as one piece rather than a bunch of small pieces. Okay, so let's see how far off we are from 7 inches. So this is where we want to end up. We're at like 5.5-ish now, if we stretch it a little bit. We're going to need at least 3 more rounds. I'm going to stop wearing this at this point. It's kind of digging into me a little bit. And also, we're kind of past doing a prescribed number at this point. So it looks like it ends off on purple. And none of these are starting at purple, so that's a little unfortunate. We'll figure it out. Thank you, Seta. What's Michael up to today? I think he's just downstairs playing games right now. He's been up to a variety of things so far. He was doing some yard maintenance. He went to the grocery store to grab everything we need for hosting Mother's Day tomorrow. He ran to the church to get some things ready for tomorrow. He's been a busy little bee this morning. So now he's just chilling now. And once I finish this live, it's going to be my turn to be a busy bee. I got to get this house ready for tomorrow. There's not a ton to do, but there is definitely some tidying and setting up to be done. I got to make a cake. I need to prep some ingredients. I have to get ready for church stuff tomorrow. I got to put our binders together for worship. Make sure devices that we need are charged. And then I'm hoping to get a little bit more crochet done tonight for some other projects. Did I only chain 2 in that last round? I totally only chained 2. My bad. I'm supposed to chain 3. We're just gonna pretend like there's a chain 1 space there. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. I gotta start a new round, new batch on me laser. Miss Duncan is still curled up and passed out on her chair. Okay. First order of business, once I'm finished with this and wrap up this live, though, is going to be getting some food. I am hungry. I ate right before I went live, but I didn't have very much. And I'm definitely getting hungry again. Do you know if an active chat helps boost live stream visibility? I believe it does. I mean, it certainly can't hurt, right? I mean, I know for sure on TikTok it does. I don't know the ins and outs of YouTube yet. But I do think that anytime viewers are engaged, that's always sending good signals to YouTube. I know, I sometimes just, I can struggle sometimes when I get Goodness. When I get to this point in a live where we're like approaching hour 4, you know, sometimes you just run out of things to say. And you obviously don't necessarily expect a chat to be bouncing off the walls if you're not. So usually we reach a point in the live where it starts to get a little quiet, and that's not always necessarily a bad thing. It just is what it is sometimes. Being active. Good job, Kim. Ugh. Well, I appreciate that, BMO. I really do. I always try, like, if I'm in somebody else's live and it's kind of quiet, I try to just ask questions, you know? So that always helps. Sometimes when you've been live for a while, your mind just kind of goes like jelly and you can't think of what to say, you know? Especially depending on the project you're working on. Like, this one's pretty simple. I can easily carry on a conversation and work at the same time, but there's some projects where it's like, man, if you're not in it, you can just, without even realizing it, go quiet for quite a while. I'll try to talk more. Well, and here's the thing too. Like, I never expect you guys to be like firing away in the chat every 10 seconds, because a crochet live stream is a unique thing. A lot of people are not just sitting with their hands at the keyboard watching, they're crocheting too. So it's annoying to have to like put down your work, interrupt what you're doing, type out a comment all the time, you know? So I always try to go into the lives expecting a certain amount of quietness, because I fully realize that a lot of people are doing stuff, you know? Like, your hands are busy. So I don't expect the chat to be going crazy the whole time. Let's just start asking random questions. That's why it was always, I think, easier for me to do the hot cocoa bomb lives than to do crochet lives. Because with the hot cocoa bombs, there were always questions. People always had questions about my process. What type of chocolate do you use? What kind of molds do you use? How do you make those? Like, there were always questions, and so I was always able to just keep chatting. And there weren't as many, I think, quiet stretches. I am recording a crochet with me at this very moment. Say hi to the people. They can hear you. Hi, people. Oh my goodness, what are you guys crocheting with Seta? That sounds like so much fun. It can be clunky. The only other lives I watch are gaming ones, and it's hard to engage when you're also playing the game. That is true. That is true. Or your cat prevents you from doing anything. Also, yes. Alright, let's see. Let's see where we're at now. We've put in a couple more rounds. We've got to be close, right? Like, it looks like the right proportions. Oh, we're still an inch off. But this yarn does stretch a lot, right? See, already just giving it the littlest tug brought it to 6.5. You guys, because look, this is how much yarn I have left. I could easily get a row of single crochet with this amount of yarn. Could I get one more V-stitch and a single crochet row? What do you think? This yarn seems like it's stretching and going a long way. So I feel like it's possible. I'm so bad at estimating how much yarn I need for things that I never trust myself on these moments. I mean, how long does one round take, right? We might as well just try it. See what happens. Because if I could get one more V-stitch round and the single crochet, that would be perfect. But I don't know that that's going to work. That sounds like a fancy way of doing that. I don't know, guys. I'm not hopeful. Like I said, worst case scenario, we just frog this and do our single crochet row and call it good. The other thought is if we have a contrasting color for just the finishing round of single crochet, that I think would look more intentional than just changing the color like mid V-stitch row. Right? So we could do that. Because I'm pretty sure we at least have enough to finish this last V-stitch round. I just don't think we're going to have necessarily enough to do another single crochet round too. I feel like a different color for the single crochet row looks more intentional if we have to. Okay, we definitely have enough to get around this row. My girly! Oh my goodness! Tell me, please. She said, Miss Girl. Did you get your claws stuck again? See if I can get a picture of her before she moves. No, no, no. Ah. I swear. You are so good at moving. Every time I threaten to... Oh, you're going back into that pose for me. Thank you. Oh, you're sneezing. Please look at this mid-sneeze. What a chunk in her face. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, yeah, we have this much yarn, so we definitely don't have enough to do a single crochet row, but I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna just fasten this off here. Okay, and then we're gonna just join this blue to do the last round. And we'll just have a contrasting finishing round. And we're gonna call it good. Okay. And actually, I'm gonna crochet right over this end. Isn't it so pretty? I really like it. Okay. So, when we get to the halfway point of this edge here, oh my gosh, I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. It wanted to go under the stitch instead of into the stitch. Anyway, when we get to the halfway point here, we're gonna create our button loop. Oh, we got some rain coming down, guys. It's officially raining. And I might have just heard some thunder. It's a little hard to hear over the laser. It's not loud thunder if it's thunder. Yeah, I think the contrasting color looks nice for just like a finishing round. I'd say that's our halfway point. Here. I'll do one more stitch. Oh, I can hear the thunder now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to text Michael and see if he can come up and close some of these windows. Okay. We're just gonna make our way around the rest of this. Getting a little bit of an afternoon storm today. Alright, that's enough of that. Ooh. Ooh. Is that thunder picking up on the mic at all, you guys? Okay, I'm actually so glad that I didn't dig into that new Ferris wheel cake of yarn because we perfectly used up one yarn ball, and we're using just a little bit of this one to get this very last round. Doesn't it feel so satisfying when you get to use up some scrap yarn in your stash and it's like just the right amount? I'm going kind of slow on these single crochets because I just want to make sure that it looks, especially since it's contrasting and it's going to stick out a little bit. I just want to make sure that our stitches look nice and neat and tidy. That rain smells fantastic. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit, Ellie. Have a great rest of your day. We are going to be wrapping up this live pretty soon anyway. Obviously, we're going to finish this last round of single crochets. We've got a couple of ends to weave in. And then we're going to sew on our button, and we're going to sew on our mini tag. And then this little guy or girl is going to be done. Oh, that thunder sounds amazing. And Miss Duncan is not bothered by it at all. She is passed out. Almost there. I think this is probably the longest live I have done on YouTube so far. Anybody who has followed me on TikTok knows that this is actually kind of like rookie numbers for compared to my TikTok lives. I just don't know if I have the Ooh. I know you guys heard that one. I just don't know if I have the stamina to do those kinds of lives anymore. I think it kind of burnt me out. But I do still love going live. Just like, you know, a couple hours is good now. We don't need to go live for 8 to 10 hours. Hi. Can you go where I want you to go? Thank you. Alrighty, friends. That is gonna do it there. Okay, I actually really like that contrasting finishing round. That looks really nice. Okay, now to weave an end. Ooh, thunder, thunder, thunder. This we already crocheted over, so we're just gonna snip it. And look at that, you guys. It worked out. We used up the yarn ball completely. We were able to use another color without it looking wonky. And we didn't even have to touch this guy at all. So now the question is, what do I do with that? What else should I make with this yarn, you guys? It's really cool yarn. It obviously works up really pretty. So what should I make with it? I have that cake, and then I have these 2 yarn balls as well. Ooh. Miss Dunka, what's with all this thunder? All right, 2 things left. Let's sew on a button. Heard that. Heard that. Whoops. Yarn for button. Yarn for tag. For our button, we need our chamal. Ooh. We need our chamal needle. Use my little threader here. And we voted earlier, if you weren't here, on which button and tag to use. And the winner was "A book a day keeps the mental breakdown away." Welcome back. Yeah, I bet you heard that one too. Weaving in the ends of our button. Just a quick little tuck. And our last item is our little money sleeve. Sorry, I keep looking because our windows are open and I just want to make sure it's not like downpouring rain and a car just drove by and like splashed some water and it sounded like a downpour just started. That's not what happened. Michael hasn't even seen my message. about coming up and closing the windows, but honestly I'm kind of glad he hasn't, because it hasn't been pouring yet and the smell is incredible coming into the house. I don't really want to close the windows unless the rain actually starts coming inside. Sorry, I realized I'm not showing this very well. No problem, Seta. Thanks for allowing me to crash your video. Okay, and the final thing we need to do is weave in our ends here. So the way that I hide the ends when you tie a knot on these mini tags is I feed it back through and then just kind of weave in, hide as normal. Okay. This guy is done. Which means that this live is done. Hey guys. Thanks for hanging out. I am so glad that we could spend this morning, afternoon together. Such fun we have had. We have made 2 beautiful, lovely, very different, but very cute sleeves. If you missed the first one, if you jumped in later, here's the first one we did. More reading, less scrolling. Little frog on a mushroom. And then of course we just finished this one with the a book a day keeps the mental breakdown away button and the shush, I'm reading. And I think I'm gonna do a giveaway for these. So more details coming on how to enter the giveaway, because I've made enough of them and I don't have a reason to keep all of these. So if you would like to win one of these, stay tuned. I'll post some details once I decide how I'm going to do that. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. If you've not yet gotten anything from the Hooked on Books collection and you're interested in doing so, it's all up on my website now. It's right there on the homepage, so it's easy to find. And don't forget, if you purchase anything from the collection, mini sleeves, tags, buttons, stitch markers, folded tags, square patches, circle patches, whatever, you are going to get the pattern emailed to you for free. Or you can just purchase the pattern as a standalone thing for $2. That is all that I have for you. I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday. I'm going to go eat some lunch and get this house ready for Mother's Day tomorrow. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hope you have a great weekend. And I will see you. Yes, I will see you for our regularly scheduled live stream on Monday evening. Bye-bye. Dunka, do you want to say goodbye? Come here, my girl. Oh, come here, my chunk. Miss Duncan says have a nice weekend. You're very beautiful. She's like, why did you do this to me? Okay. I'll put you down. Okay. Bye, guys.